Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order, and without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Thank you all for being here. We're talking about some legislative proposals for fostering transparency. I appreciate the witnesses and your flexibility. I think we've had to reschedule this hearing, and then based on the schedule of the day, we bumped this back to 10:30 this morning. So I appreciate your patience and understanding as there's some big legislative things that are happening on the floor. Again, we appreciate the expertise that you bring here. We're here because this committee is probably, as much as anybody, wants to do everything it can to foster transparency, and it's critical to carrying out our committee's mission. As those of us that have the privilege of serving in Congress, we have an obligation to ensure the American people know how their money is spent and how their government functions. In all the undertakings, we seek to shed light on issues, share information that matters to the taxpayer, and advance legislative solutions where necessary. We're not only the Oversight Committee, but we're also the Committee on Government Reform. And so with the reform in mind, we'll examine 3 legislative proposals and shine light as they illuminate the light here and here as well. 3 legislative proposals which strive to improve the way taxpayers access information. One bill is called the Audit the Fed, referring to the Federal Reserve. A bill that I have championed, the Fannie and Freddie Open Records Act of 2017. Fannie and Freddie have obligations that the American taxpayers have that are literally a staggering amount of number in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And the Open the Government Data Act. Last Congress, we passed bipartisan Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA legislation. It was signed into law and marked a big step forward in reforming the process, but it didn't solve all the problems. There's still some that face us moving forward. And I hope we can advance more bipartisan transparency legislation in this Congress. Audit the Fed, sponsored by Mr. Massey of Kentucky, provides insight into the practices of the Federal Reserve while continuing to support its independence and instrument of monetary policy. The Open Government Data Act, sponsored by Mr. Farenthold of Texas, requires federal agencies to publish data in an open, machine-readable format on data.gov. And the Fannie and Freddie Open Records Act of 2017 applies the Freedom of Information Act to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, so taxpayers have critical information they need while these 2 entities are in conservatorship. Members of the committee may raise additional pieces of transparency legislation in the hearing today, but I think all these 3 pieces of transparency legislation exemplify the fundamental right of the American people to know what their government is doing and what sort of obligations are in place. And with that, I'd like to actually yield time to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, who is the chief sponsor of one of these pieces of legislation. Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for persevering with this hearing in the face of many weapons of mass distraction today on the Hill. You've assembled a wonderful panel of witnesses, and I just want to say something about the bill that I've sponsored here. Over the past century, the value of the dollar has declined by over 95%. And during those 100 years, the Federal Reserve, the organization established by Congress to manage Congress's Article 1, Section 8 authority to coin money and regulate the value thereof, has operated under a shroud of secrecy. My bill, H.R. 24, the Federal Reserve Transparency Act, would put an end to that reign of secrecy. And it's not a controversial bill. In fact, Americans demand transparency, and the House of Representatives has responded by passing this legislation twice in previous Congresses by huge bipartisan majorities. But I think it is time for a hearing, because a lot of the reasons have been forgotten about why we need this transparency. When the original author of this bill, Representative Ron Paul, first carried Audit the Fed to the floor in the 112th Congress, it passed by a comfortable veto-proof majority. Then Representative Paul Brown brought it to the floor in the 113th Congress. It passed by an even larger majority, 333 to 92. In fact, members of this very committee who were here in those Congresses, all Republicans and several Democrats, voted for this bill on the floor. Yet some have still asked and will continue to ask, why do we need this legislation? And that's the reason this is such a good hearing. They ask, isn't the Federal Reserve already audited? Well, that question deserves an answer. It's true that the GAO performs a limited financial audit of parts of the Federal Reserve, but this audit is perfunctory. Due to the limits placed on the GAO by Congress, the U.S. Code makes several critical exceptions to the Fed's audit protocol of its most crucial activities. Number one, GAO is prohibited from examining Fed transactions or agreements with foreign governments and foreign banks. Number two, GAO is prohibited from examining all Fed actions on monetary policy matters. Number three, GAO is prohibited from auditing transactions made at the discretion of the Federal Open Market Committee. And four, GAO cannot examine any discussion or communication among or between anyone who works at the Fed about any of the activities in the first three areas. When these restrictions were originally added in the 1970s, GAO themselves testified that they could not, quote, could not see how they could satisfactorily audit the Federal Reserve System without the authority to examine the largest single category of financial transactions and the assets that it has. So you see, even though a cursory audit is done, a programmatic audit needs to be completed in order for Congress to understand what the Fed does and why the Fed does it. Without a complete audit, Congress can't provide oversight of an entity that it created. Let me say that again. Congress created the Federal Reserve. Congress and Congress alone has the constitutional responsibility to coin money and regulate the value thereof. We can outsource the activity, but we can't outsource the responsibility. This brings me to the other question I frequently hear, which is, won't a full audit of the Federal Reserve compromise the Fed's independence? Well, the answer is, without a full audit, how can we know it is independent? For instance, how's it independent of the executive branch? The Fed's charter is not to be a second Treasury Department. How can we know that the Fed is operating independently of big bank CEOs and Wall Street? Given the revolving door of managers between the Fed, the Treasury, and Wall Street, the opportunity for outside pressure and conflicts of interest abound at the Fed. Only a full audit can demonstrate that the Fed makes decisions independently of the political whims of the president and independently of the profit goals of commercial banks. An organization entrusted with daily decisions that affect the value of Americans' paychecks and the value of their retirement savings. An organization whose mission has morphed into facilitating the bailout of foreign banks. Folks, this is an organization that requires a full audit and full oversight from the elected body that created it. I want to thank Chairman Chaffetz for his leadership on this issue throughout many years and for including this bill as part of today's hearing. I urge my colleagues to support the bipartisan Federal Reserve Transparency Act so the people of America can receive the transparency they deserve. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and thank for the tenacious leadership that you've had in bringing this bill forward, and I look forward to having a good, vibrant discussion about that bill today. I'll yield back and now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of this hearing is to examine legislation to improve transparency in government. The Chairman selected several bills to focus on today, and we agree on some of those bills, like the Open Government Data Act, and we disagree on one of them, the Federal Reserve Transparency Act. I appreciate the opportunity for a healthy debate on these measures. However, I believe that there is one transparency bill the committee should prioritize over all others. The Presidential Tax Transparency Act would require President Donald Trump and all future presidents and presidential candidates, regardless of party, to disclose their tax returns to the American people. This bill was introduced by Representative Anna Eshoo, and it has 73 bipartisan co-sponsors. Every Democratic member of this committee is a co-sponsor, as well as our Republican colleague, fellow Oversight Committee member Mark Sanford. Chairman Chaffetz has said what many of us believe, that President Trump should disclose his taxes. Last August, he said this, and I quote, If you're going to run and try to become the President of the United States, you're going to have to open up your kimono and show everything, your tax returns and your medical records," end of quote. Other Republican members agree. Representative Will Hurd, another member of our committee, said, and I quote, "It would be a good move for the President to release his tax returns." Well, we don't have to just sit around and wring our hands and wait and complain. We're not potted plants. We are lawmakers, and we can pass a law. Just like Congress passed the Ethics in Government Act in 1978 after the Watergate to require the President to submit a public financial disclosure, we can pass a law today that requires the President to release his tax returns. And that is exactly what this bill does. There's widespread public support for this. A petition on the White House website that received more than 1 million signatures titled, "Immediately Release Donald Trump's Full Tax Returns with All Information Needed to Verify Emoluments Clause Compliance," end of quote. Every other modern president has done this voluntarily. But President Trump broke with this precedent, claiming that he could not release his tax returns, which he said was being audited. IRS Commissioner John Koshin has already debunked this argument. When he testified before the Judiciary Committee last September, he was asked whether taxpayers are prohibited from releasing their tax returns while they are being audited. He responded and simply said this, and I quote, "They are not prohibited," end of quote. We need to see the President's tax returns to confirm that he's acting in what he believes is the best interest of the American people rather than his own financial interests. President Trump's conflicts of interest are very, very real. They are extensive, and they are deeply troubling. He's refused to divest his business interests and place them in a blind trust, in direct violation of the advice of the Director of the Office of Government Ethics, as well as Republican and Democratic ethics experts, one of whom is testifying here today. The President continues to hold an interest in the Trump International Hotel, and in a direct violation of the lease, which explicitly prohibits any elected official from being party or to taking any financial benefit from the contract. We also need to understand President Trump's entanglements with foreign business interests and foreign governments. Just this week, FBI Director James Comey confirmed that the FBI is investigating connections between President Trump's campaign and Russian interference with our election. The American people have a right to know what, if any, financial connections the President has to the Russian government or to Russian business interests. So I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to place in the record a March 13, 2017 letter that every Democratic member of this committee sent asking that the Presidential Tax Transparency Act be considered as a business meeting for the committee that was supposed to be held on March 16, 2017.
Without objection, so ordered.
We did not take up the bill at that time. We have another business meeting, by the way, scheduled for next Tuesday, but it's not on the agenda for that markup either. I know there is serious interest in this bill on the Republican side, and I have talked to many members personally about this. I sincerely hope that we can take it up as soon as possible and pass it out of the committee unanimously. The integrity of our government depends on it, and with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. We'll hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any member who would like to submit a written statement. We'll now recognize our panel of witnesses. Pleased to welcome Mr. Hudson Hollister, founder and executive director of Data Coalition, the Data Coalition. Mr. Norman Singleton, president of the Campaign for Liberty. Mr. John Berlau, a senior fellow at the Competitive Enterprise Institute. Mr. Thomas Fitton, president of Judicial Watch. Mr. Richard Painter, S. Walter Ritchie, Professor of Corporate Law at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, and also with the Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Government, also known as CREW. We welcome you all here today. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. If you will please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. Many of you have testified before us previously. We would appreciate if you'd limit your verbal comments to no more than 5 minutes. Your entire testimony will be made part of the record, as well as any attachments or other things that you may have to go along with that testimony, but it will all be made part of the record. Mr. Hollister, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify. In 2012, after serving on this committee's staff, I founded the Data Coalition. We represent 36 technology companies employing over 200,000 Americans. 14 of our members are startup companies founded within the last decade. 10 are public companies with a combined market capitalization exceeding $1.5 trillion. To open up federal information as a public resource, to deliver transparency and fuel economic growth, we enthusiastically support the Open Government Data Act. This committee's mission is to investigate and exercise effective oversight over the federal government to expose waste and fraud and abuse. To support that mission, Chairman Chaffetz, under the rules of this House and this committee, you wield the authority to issue congressional subpoenas. This committee and its staff work hard every day to review the information that you receive in response to those requests and subpoenas, to uncover hidden waste, fraud, and abuse, to expose those things through hearings like this one, and to craft reforms that safeguard Americans and their money from government malfeasance in the future. However, even considering the awesome power of the subpoena and the professionalism of the staff, this committee needs Americans' help. In 2016, the federal government took in over $3 trillion and spent roughly $3.5 trillion, accounting for over 1/5 of the gross domestic product, by revenue that's bigger than the 10 biggest companies in the world combined. Our federal government is not just the largest organization in human history, it's also the most complex. When I was an Oversight Committee staffer, I asked OMB, the GAO, and the Congressional Research Service how many agencies there are in the federal government. I received 3 different answers. To conduct oversight across such scale and complexity is a daunting challenge. Fortunately, that is where transparency comes in. By giving Americans direct access to their government's information, we can deputize millions of citizen inspectors general to help this committee fulfill its mission. This committee pioneered and passed and has championed the Freedom of Information Act for over 50 years, but FOIA's basic model of request and response, although it's still an essential avenue for transparency, is no longer the most efficient one. Because most of the government's operations and decisions are electronic, information technologies now make it possible for the government to operate in the open online without waiting to receive a FOIA request. The Data Act of 2014, which Ranking Member Cummings, then Chairman Issa, and this committee championed, makes open data the default for federal spending information. The major deadline of the Data Act is 47 days from now. By May 9th, 2017, every federal agency must begin publishing all of its spending as standardized open data. But the Data Act is limited to spending. Representatives Farenthold and Kilmer are introducing the Open Government Data Act to take the next step. The Open Government Data Act provides that all government information, unless it is legally restricted, should be published online using machine-readable data formats. The Open Government Data Act won't just help Americans conduct citizen oversight, it will also help agencies cut costs. Most of the expense of big data projects comes from extracting information from different sources, transforming those data sets into the same format, and then loading them into new systems to be analyzed. If federal data sets were consistently available, using machine-readable formats to begin with, those expensive one-off projects would not be necessary. Finally, The Open Government Data Act specifies that when the government publishes its information, it needs to use non-proprietary data formats, formats that nobody owns. I'm going to close by explaining why that technical detail is so important. Currently, the federal government uses an electronic identification code called the DUNS number to identify every grantee and contractor receiving federal funds. The DUNS number is proprietary. It is owned by Dun & Bradstreet Incorporated, which is itself a contractor. This means nobody can download federal procurement or grant information without purchasing a license from Dun & Bradstreet. Taxpayers paid for that information to be compiled, and they paid for the grant and contract awards that this information describes, and yet they can't download or analyze this information without paying again for it every time. The Open Government Data Act challenges Dun & Bradstreet's protected and profitable monopoly by requiring the government to use non-proprietary data formats. I look forward to the committee's questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton, you're now recognized for 5 minutes. Please make sure you bring that microphone up close and personal, and push that button, and we're off to the races. There you go. Push that talk button there.
Thank you. On behalf of Campaign for Liberty's almost 500,000 members, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to talk about the Federal Reserve Transparency Act, more popularly known as Audit the Fed. Campaign for Liberty is a public policy organization founded in 2008 by Dr. Ron Paul to advance the principles of individual liberty, free markets, and limited government. Audit the Fed has been our signature issue since we were founded. Audit the Fed has been introduced by Representative Massey this year in the House. In the Senate, it's introduced by Senator Rand Paul, also of Kentucky. It currently has 93 co-sponsors in the House and 14 co-sponsors in the Senate. As Mr. Massey mentioned, it has twice passed the House in 2012 and 2014, both by overwhelming majorities. In 2016, it received 54 votes in the Senate, just 6 shy of achieving cloture. It was also supported by every senator running for president last year, including, and also had the public support of then candidate and now President Donald Trump. Audit the Fed is a simple one-page bill that removes the provisions in law that prevent the General Accounting Office from doing a full audit of the Federal Reserve's conduct of monetary policy. Specifically, the bill allows the GAO to audit the Fed's dealings with foreign central banks, governments of a foreign country, or private international financing organizations. It also allows the GAO to look into deliberations, decisions, or actions on monetary policy measures, including discount window operations, reserves of member banks, securities credits, interest on deposit, and open market operations. Finally, it allows the GAO to look at transactions made under the direction of the Federal Open Market Committee or as part of discussion or communications among or between members of the board and officers and employees of the Federal Reserve System. Passage of this bill will remove congressionally imposed limits that prevent the GAO from doing its job and thus allow Congress and, more importantly, the American people to finally know the truth about the Federal Reserve's conduct of monetary policy, which is something that directly affects the economic well-being of every American. The case for this bill is strengthened when one considers that the Federal Reserve's conduct of monetary policy can charitably be described as disastrous. As Mr. Massey pointed out, since the Fed was created in 1913, the dollar has lost 95% of its purchasing power. According to some, you would need $24 today to purchase what you could buy with $1 in 1913 when the Fed was created. The Federal Reserve is also responsible for the boom and bust cycle that has plagued the American economy over the past 100 years. Every economic downturn, from the Great Depression to the 2008 market meltdown, can be laid at the feet of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, one reason why the Federal Reserve might oppose the audit is revealed by a limited audit that was authorized by the 2010 Dodd-Frank legislation, which was limited to examining the Fed's response to the 2008 market crash. That audit found that between 2007 and 2010, the Fed committed over $16 trillion, which is more than 4 times the annual budget of the United States, to foreign central banks and politically influential private companies. The Federal Reserve also has a history of lobbying to oppose transparency. In fact, according to Dr. Robert Auerbach, a professor of public affairs at the University of Texas, the Fed actively coordinated efforts by financial institutions, which are under the Fed's regulatory jurisdiction, to lobby against an attempt to allow the GAO to fully audit its conduct of monetary policy in the 70s. The result of that effort was the restrictions that the current audit bill would lift. I asked the members of Congress to consider how you would react if it came out that any other congressionally created agency was working with private industries that were under its jurisdiction to hide the full truth about its operations from the American people. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Congress has allowed the Federal Reserve to conduct monetary policy in secret for over 100 years. The result has been a steady decline in the dollar's purchasing power, a series of financial crises, the growth of a major government fueled in large part by the Federal Reserve monetization of the national debt, and an increase in income inequality and crony capitalism. Therefore, on behalf of Campaign for Liberty, and more importantly, the nearly 75% of Americans who support auditing the Fed, I urge Congress to take up and pass this bill as soon as possible. I thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Berlau, you're now recognized for 5 minutes. Again, bring that microphone nice and close if you can.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and honorable members of this committee, thank you for this opportunity to present testimony on behalf of my organization, the Competitive Enterprise Institute. CEI is a Washington-based free market think tank that studies the effects of all types of regulation on job growth and economic well-being. We propose ideas to regulate the regulators and hold them accountable so that innovation and job growth can flourish in all sectors. A first step towards such accountability is for government agencies that exercise power over American entrepreneurs, investors, and consumers to be as transparent as possible. How can citizens hold these agencies accountable if we cannot see what they are doing? That is why my colleagues at CEI and I have long sought to bring sunshine to regulatory agencies through Freedom of Information Act requests and insistence on public meetings. I am pleased that the bills and legislative proposals being discussed at the hearing today, including the Bipartisan Open Government Data Act and Federal Reserve Transparency Act, as well as the Chairman's own Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac Open Records Act and Congresswoman Norton's Open and Transparent Smithsonian Act, take significant steps to move transparency laws into the 21st century by ensuring that new technologies are used to enhance government transparency rather than to evade it. These bills should begin to correct the major problem of excessive secrecy we have seen at federal financial, regulatory, and housing agencies over the last decade. For instance, the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act of 2010 promised to bring accountability to the financial sector. However, it created new bureaucracies that are unaccountable to the President and Congress and have been able to skirt some of Congress's basic laws for openness. Dodd-Frank, for instance, exempts the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which it created, from the Federal Advisory Committee Act opens meetings laws and gives the council vast leeway to hold meetings closed to the public and shield details of those meetings from the public. The council is tasked with designating firms as systemically important, essentially too big to fail. It keeps only minimal records of its meetings and provides virtually no information as to how it designates financial firms as systemically important, even though such decisions can dramatically affect financial markets and the wider economy. Legislation requiring openness and policy deliberations about the government-sponsored enterprises Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, such as that proposed by Chairman Chaffetz, is especially important. These are corporations chartered by Congress that are now under the conservatorship of the federal government. Taxpayers have propped them up after the housing collapse to the tune of $185 billion. As long as they remain under a government conservatorship or receivership, taxpayers deserve some sunshine in return for the money they have spent on these two entities. Government officials' deliberations on the fate of the GSEs must also be made public. The Obama administration incredibly claimed executive privilege when private sector shareholders of Fannie and Freddie asked for information regarding the Treasury Department's Third Amendment of 2012, in which the government began to confiscate and asserted the right to confiscate all the GSE profits, even after the GSEs paid the government back for bailing them out. We have urged the Trump administration to reverse its predecessor's unprecedented use of executive privilege, which should be reserved only for rare information requests that may compromise national security. We also urge this committee to investigate the Obama administration's secretive practices in this regard. Finally, we urge passage of transparency legislation. Thank you again for inviting me to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Fitton, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Chaffetz, and thank you, Congressman Cummings, for allowing me to testify today on this important topic. Judicial Watch is a conservative, nonpartisan educational foundation dedicated to promoting transparency, accountability in government politics and the law. We were founded in 1994, so we have a lot of experience using and litigating under the Freedom of Information Act. Without a doubt, we're the most active FOIA requester and litigator operating today under that law. Unfortunately, during the Obama administration, Judicial Watch had to work overtime making FOIA requests, obviously, but when the administration ignored those requests and obstructed access to public records, we had to file lawsuits to force executive agencies to comply with this vital open records law. Our nation faces a transparency crisis. To be frank, the Obama administration was an enemy of open government and transparency. The administration's casual law-breaking, especially its defend everything approach to the Clinton email scandal, is President Obama's real legacy on transparency. Judicial Watch filed nearly 3,000 Freedom of Information Act requests with the Obama administration. We've had to file, I think, over 200 FOIA lawsuits, oftentimes just to get a yes or no answer from the agencies, as opposed to just fighting over what documents they weren't or weren't giving us. There is a way forward out of this transparency crisis, and part of that is that using a committed Congress to pave the way for outside watchdog groups like Judicial Watch and citizen activists to investigate and expose corruption and malfeasance within the government. Judicial Watch shows that even in a hostile political environment, one citizen group using the Freedom of Information Act and independent oversight can help the American people bring their government back down to earth and under control. How much more effective would we be only if Congress were to enact further transparency reform? And I would note that despite this culture of secrecy we've had with the last two administrations, Judicial Watch has frequently succeeded in prying loose documents that have been denied even to Congress. We saw that with Benghazi. We saw that with the IRS. As a result of Judicial Watch's disclosures on Benghazi, we had a select committee. And even the select committee still couldn't get documents that Judicial Watch was continuing to receive in terms of breaking open news on how that Benghazi attack occurred and the circumstances of the cover-up behind it. We have, of course, one of the most egregious violations of federal transparency law since FOIA was passed nearly 50 years ago, which was the Clinton email scandals. And obviously our work on that is history, but there would be no knowledge about her emails if it weren't for our FOIA litigation. It really wasn't the Benghazi Select Committee that developed that information or forced the disclosure of her email practices. It was our FOIA litigation that forced the agency to finally admit it to the courts that they had these emails that hadn't been reviewed as required according to law. You know, before suggesting ideas for greater transparency, let me reflect on some of the problems we're currently having. Many people ask, including members here, how is it Judicial Watch get documents when they're not able to? And the easy answer is that FOIA is straightforward, and it gives access to citizens and groups like Judicial Watch to documents under court order oftentimes. Congressional investigations, even with subpoenas, are political by nature and require, under the current practice, effective enforcement in court with the cooperation of a conflicted Justice Department. We had an example of that with the Fast and Furious matter, where Eric Holder was held in contempt over documents that were not turned over to Congress. Congress sued in court, couldn't get anywhere with that litigation until Judicial Watch had a separate FOIA victory that essentially broke open the dam on that. So it wasn't Congress couldn't even get the information once it even went to court. Judicial Watch has urged President Trump to commit to a transparency revolution, and today we ask Congress to join in that transparency revolution by reforming FOIA and giving private citizens and groups like us stronger and better tools to hold the government to account. And speaking of FOIA reform, Congress should apply the freedom of information concept to itself and to the Federal courts, to two branches of the Federal government, which many of your voters will be surprised to hear are exempt from transparency laws that the President and his executive agencies must follow. Certainly, in the least, the administrative functions of Congress and the courts should be subject to the same transparency rules as the executive branch. Now, in the meantime, we're interested in at least two of the proposals for increased transparency, the Fannie and Freddie Mac transparency effort and the Smithsonian Institution transparency effort. We filed a Freedom of Information Act request back in 2009 for Fannie and Freddie documents about their political giving. And we were told in one of the first major decisions by the Obama administration on transparency issues, despite the FHFA taking custody and control of all those records, they were not subject to FOIA. Unfortunately, the courts in the end concluded the agency could withhold that information from us because even though they had custody and control of these records of agencies that were now controlling pretty much all of the mortgage market and had $5 trillion in taxpayer liabilities attendant to that, because the agency supposedly, quote, did not use these documents, we couldn't get access to any of that information. That is a remarkable standard. We can get documents from the CIA, the NSA, but not FHFA. And that has got to change, and obviously this legislation can help change that. And then we have the issue of the Smithsonian Institution, another taxpayer-funded entity that is not subject to FOIA. The Smithsonian, which operates as a government instrumentality or a trust, received $840 million in taxpayer funds in fiscal year 2016. Most of their employees are Federal employees, but the Freedom of Information Act doesn't apply to the Smithsonian, at least as courts have interpreted the law, and as a result, Americans must rely on voluntary disclosures by the government, by this government institution. Judicial Watch, for instance, is trying without success to obtain documents from the Smithsonian about its decision-making regarding this inclusion of Justice Clarence Thomas in its African American Museum. And rather than relying on the kindness of strangers to find out how billions of dollars are being spent, we ask that this committee strongly consider Delegate Holmes Norton's bill to apply FOIA explicitly to the Smithsonian Institution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Painter, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Congressman Cummings, other members of the committee. I strongly support the Open Government Data Act, and with some qualifications, support the other two bills. Open government data is absolutely critical, and we need a regime where government data is accessible to ordinary Americans, and that's not what we have right now. I would strongly urge, however, that this bill be expanded to include a mandate that the White House visitor logs be disclosed to the public, and that should include Jackson Place, where a lot of those meetings are taking place outside the gates. We know what's been going on there for a while. And also the government agencies and Congress. I have the right to know when campaign contributors, lobbyists, and others are visiting my congressman to try and get him to waste my taxpayer money on something. I have the right to know who's coming in and out of the government agencies and the halls of Congress. So I support this bill, but would expand it significantly. With respect to the Fannie and Freddie open records, or applying the Freedom of Information Act to Fannie and Freddie, I approve of that or a similar measure. But it should expand beyond the period that these entities are in conservatorship. The idea is to prevent another financial crisis. And similar disclosure requirements should apply to other banks that are securitizing mortgages. This wasn't just about Fannie and Freddie. It was about Lehman Brothers, Merrill Lynch, Bear Stearns, and the rest of them. As shareholders of those banks had access to records and to find out what was going on instead of the nonsense that was shoveled at them in the 10K forms by those banks, which, quite frankly, I think were fraudulently prepared. It's quite clear that those private entities that were securitizing mortgages were lying to their shareholders. We wouldn't have been in this situation that we were in 2008 if there had been more transparency from all of the financial institutions, including but not limited to Fannie and Freddie, which was securitizing mortgages. So I think that's a good bill, but once again, that concept of exposure, of disclosure, needs to be expanded to the rest of the mortgage securitization industry, which has such a dramatic impact on our economy. With respect to the Federal Reserve, I support this bill in principle. The question is whether the Comptroller General should conduct the audit or someone else, it is critical that we understand that transparency at the Fed and good management is crucial to public confidence in the Federal Reserve Bank. I've written on the history of the Federal Reserve. We tried twice to establish a Bank of the United States under Alexander Hamilton and Nicholas Biddle, and one of the reasons those efforts did not survive is corruption and lack of public confidence. We need to have public confidence in the Federal Reserve Bank and the Federal Reserve Board. But I also am strongly opposed to the attacks on the Federal Reserve, the populist rhetoric that we've had going all the way back to William Jennings Bryan, who was attacking sound money in the years before we had a Federal Reserve. This is not the way to manage economy through ill-informed attacks on our Federal Reserve System and on sound money. And I know that there are always going to be politicians who want to push the Fed to have easy money, particularly in election years. And if we politicize the Fed and we destroy the independence, we undermine the independence of the Fed, we're in serious trouble. Now, turning to the Presidential Tax Transparency Act, I strongly support this bill. We have a right to know about money that is coming in to our President's business interests, particularly from outside the United States. While this committee was spending hours and hours fussing around with Hillary Clinton's emails, we had espionage conducted inside the United States by Russia, and apparently with the assistance of Americans. We don't know who they are, but whoever they are, those people committed treason. And I do not mean to suggest that the President of the United States was involved, but we have the right to the information on the following forms: return of U.S. persons with respect to certain foreign partnerships, statement of specified foreign financial assets, annual return to report transactions with foreign trusts and receipt of certain foreign gifts, information returned by a shareholder of a passive foreign investment company or qualified electing fund, information return of U.S. persons with respect to certain foreign corporations. These are among the many forms that will be filled out by a U.S. taxpayer who is receiving money from abroad. We have the right to that information from our President. He has failed to disclose his tax returns. Every other president has disclosed his tax returns in an environment where espionage has been conducted against the United States, and some Americans may have engaged in acts of treason. We have the right to that information from our President. I urge this Congress to pass that bill as soon as possible.
I thank you all for your testimony. We'll now recognize Mr. Massey of Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is for Mr. Singleton. Can you talk about the role the Fed played in the housing bubble in 2008? Was there any role there? Oh, there was a tremendous role. Press your microphone, please.
Sorry. Yes, sir, there was a tremendous role. The Federal Reserve under Alan Greenspan, following the collapse of the dot-com bubble, which was a Federal Reserve-created bubble, consciously began to pump money into the economy as it does. That money flowed this time into the housing market because the Bush administration was making a decision to emphasize housing through working with vehicles like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and the Federal Reserve was also very cognizant and supportive of this policy. Without the Federal Reserve pumping money into the economy, you would not see that money flowing into specific sectors, whether it's .com in the 90s, whether it's housing in the aughts, which sends distorted signals of pricing and supply and demand to investors and businesses and workers, who then go and overheat those markets. At some point, it becomes clear that they misread the underlying fundamentals of the economy, and the whole thing collapses. And that's what we saw in '07 and '08. If you actually go back and read what my former boss, Dr. Ron Paul, was saying when he was a member of the House Financial Services Committee in 2003, 2004, he predicted exactly what would happen. And exactly what he said would happen in '03 and '04 happened in '07 and '08. And it's not that Dr. Paul has some great soothsaying abilities. It's that he understands the fundamentals of the economy. He understands why the Federal Reserve is dangerous. And that is why, one of the reasons why he founded Campaign for Liberty was to try to continue his efforts to shape and make Congress take a more aggressive role in promoting sound economics by doing things like auditing the Federal Reserve, so that more people can understand what exactly this organization is doing and how its policies affect the American economy and the American people.
So you mentioned there were a lot of people, that Dr. Paul among them, but he wasn't unique in this regard, that were warning that they might have been superheated. Yet the Federal Reserve, the board, proceeded with this monetary policy. Are you in any way saying that Congress should be responsible for setting interest rates?
Oh, no. No, God forbid. No offense.
Well, how would interest rates be set, or how should the Fed do it differently?
Interest rates, like everything else, should be set by the market. Money is fundamentally a unit of exchange. The value of that should be set by the market as it reflects individuals' preferences. The interest rate is a time preferences of how individuals view having money for current consumption versus their willingness to forego current consumption in order to save it, in order to invest it in the future. That needs to be set free of government interference in order for it to accurately reflect the preferences of the individuals. That does not happen when you have a Federal Reserve which artificially distorts the interest rates. And that is the root of the boom-bust cycle and things like the '08 market meltdown, the dot-com implosion of 2000 and 2001, and even of the Great Depression.
Well, this is not the subject of this legislation, but it's the subject of another piece of legislation very similar to the bill come to be known as Audit the Fed, but which is some have proposed rule-based monetary policy as a way of making sure that Congress doesn't set the monetary policy, right, and that the Fed is actually less perhaps political or inclined to try to manage the economy. Would rule-based monetary policy provide the transparency or some check on the Fed?
Campaign for Liberty does not take a position on whether or not the rules-based on the legislation proposing rules-based monetary policy. I think there are some concerns that have been raised by our chairman and others that it would still allow the Federal Reserve to influence and set the interest rates, and so it would not totally clear out the distortionary problems caused by having a central bank that has the power to determine the value of the dollar unhinged from any other outside influence, such as being tied to a precious metal standard, for example.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Painter, on Monday you published an op-ed in USA Today, together with Ambassador Norm Eisen, the ethics lawyer for President Obama, entitled, quote, Trump's Unprecedented War on Ethics, end of quote. You and Mr. Eisen wrote, and I quote, the problem starts with the tone deafness at the top. Trump's hotels, golf courses, and other enterprises continue to do business with foreign and domestic entities that have interests before the government he heads, end of quote. You also wrote, and I quote, this unprecedented situation is exacerbated by the fact that we do not yet know the full extent of Trump's conflicts. That is because he has failed to disclose his tax returns, as we were just reminded when 2 pages of his 2005 returns turned up, end of quote. Why is it important that President Trump disclose his tax returns? We need your mic. We got to hear this. I want the President to hear you.
First and foremost, as I mentioned, we need to know about any financial relationships between the President of the United States and foreign powers, whether it is a foreign power that spied on Americans, conducted espionage here in the United States, apparently with the assistance of Americans who may have been working for the Trump campaign. Whoever it is, as I say, committed treason. But we have the right to know our President's relationship with all foreign countries, not just Russia, including these forms, which I just mentioned. I'm happy to have a member submit to the record, if you so please. That is of critical importance. The President is also conducting trade negotiations with foreign countries, including China, where he has many trademarks that he has just received. We have a right to know how much money is coming under the table to the President while he's conducting trade negotiations that affect American jobs. So this is important to our national security. It's important to our stance on trade.
When you were the ethics counselor for President George W. Bush, did President Bush release his tax returns to the public?
Absolutely, as did President Obama, I believe President Clinton did. Every other president has released his tax returns, because if Americans are going to be expected to pay taxes, we have the right also to know that our President is paying his or her fair share. We have the right to know what is going on with respect to our President's financial relationships inside and outside the United States. Lastly, we have the right to know whether our President is in debt to people inside or outside the United States. How much is he in debt? How much does he depend on the banks, who may very well be deregulated when the administration proposes the repeal of Dodd-Frank? All of this is information the American people have a right to.
Did President Bush require the individuals being considered for cabinet positions in his administration disclose their tax returns as part of the nomination process?
I told everybody, they came into my office and I talked to them, that the Senate committee that was considering them from confirmation might very well demand their tax returns, and many of those committees did, particularly in areas that were relative to the national defense or to the economy. I specifically remember Senator Grassley of Iowa being very meticulous about the tax returns of anybody we sent over for the Treasury Department. So everybody had to be prepared to publicly disclose their tax returns, just like the President did.
On January 5th, Representative Anna Eshoo introduced the Presidential Tax Transparency Act. This bill would amend the Ethics in Government Act to require the current President, as well as future Presidents and candidates for the office of President, to disclose tax returns for the most recent 3 years to the Office of Government Ethics with their financial disclosures. Since President Trump has refused to release his tax returns or on his own, do you believe that Congress should act to require him to release the tax returns?
I believe that Congress should pass the bill, but I would make that 5 or 8 years. I'd like to know how much money was coming in from foreign powers to someone I was going to vote for President of the United States. I'd like that information a little bit further back than just 3 years.
Would requiring President Trump and future presidents and presidential candidates to release their tax returns be out of line with what past presidents have required of their nominees for cabinet positions?
This is unprecedented. A president refusing to release his tax returns, and indeed the White House has made it very clear that the tax returns, people need to sign a tax return waiver with the IRS if they're going to be considered for positions, because the White House may very well want to take a look at it, and the Senate committees that are confirming may want to see it, and most of those committees indeed do for some of the most important positions. Tax returns must be available.
Mr. Chairman, as I close, all Democratic members of the committee have co-sponsored Representative Eshoo's legislation. Congressman Mark Sanford, our colleague on the committee from across the aisle, has also co-sponsored the bill, and all Democratic members of this committee have sent a letter to our chairman urging H.R. 305 be considered at the next markup. And I want to thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing and for the work that you're doing on these bills. Mr. Singleton, I'm fascinated by, or I guess astounded by, this $16 trillion figure. Would you go into a little more detail about where that came from and how they had the authority to do that. I mean, I know nobody can humanly comprehend a $1 trillion figure, but tell us more about that, about where that money went and so forth.
That is from the Dodd-Fed audit that was authorized in, like I said, in the bill, Dodd-Fed bill, and that money basically comes from the Federal Reserve's open market operations when they buy Treasury securities, which is how also they manage to support a lot of the spending that goes on across the street in the Capitol. And one of the problems is that the Fed has, if you look at the Federal Reserve statutes, there are parts of it, the specific sections escape me now, but that actually do give the Fed very open-ended authority to intervene and buy assets, private sector assets of both domestic and international companies, foreign banks, foreign reserves, and we don't really have a good handle on what they're doing with this. We don't have a good handle on their future plans. We don't have a good handle on how they're going to on how they have intervened in a situation like Greece or how they'll intervene in future situations. What we do have is this limited amount of knowledge that they did make dealings to the amount of $16 trillion. I believe it was buying reserves, buying other assets during this period, and their excuse was they needed to prop up the economy. That was also their excuse for the unprecedented intervention in the economy by the Federal Reserve under the name of quantitative easing, which was supposed to, when they saw that their record low interest rates, which, by the way, I believe interest rates are still at a near or record low amount despite the Fed's recent actions in raising them, that has failed to generate an economic growth, even a phony economic growth that it has in the past. And these are all reasons why, unfortunately, the fact that you won't get a clear answer, Mr. Duncan, to your question until Congress passes the Audit the Fed bill. Fortunately, whatever else you think of his other policies, President Trump is on record as wanting to sign an Audit the Fed bill, is supporting the Audit the Fed bill. And also, as I mentioned before, this bill does have broad bipartisan support. It was supported by every senator running for president. And when I say that, I don't just mean the Republican senators. Senator Sanders voted for the bill last year, and he has been a longtime champion of Federal Reserve transparency. I'm not 100% about this, but I'm pretty sure that you won't find many issues that can unite Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio with Senator Bernie Sanders. And so I would suggest that, I would again suggest that that this is very important. If Congress really is serious about changing the economic direction of this country, that you start with great transparency and start by considering Audit the Fed along with the Fannie and Freddie transparency bills.
I'm running out of time, so let me just say very quickly, I appreciate the work that all of the witnesses, all of you are doing in these areas. Mr. Hollister, I hope you can end this Dun & Bradstreet monopoly. And Mr. Fitton, I appreciate your work that you've done. You've been before this committee before, but Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, we have a report here, government-sponsored luxury, paying $3.9 million to the chief financial officer, $4.5 million to the general counsel, $4.6 million to the chief financial officer, Fannie Mae, $5.1 million to the general counsel for Freddie Mac, $7.8 million to the chief executive officer, $9.3 million to the chief executive officer for Fannie Mae. I mean, it's ridiculous that these entities have been losing this money during years that they were losing money. They were spending all this money to pay these excessive salaries and then golden parachute packages to leave. And now recent reports say Fannie Mae is spending $56 million to relocate its headquarters in downtown D.C. They're out of control, and we need more specifics on both on this $16 trillion and also on what Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are doing, Mr. Fitton. And I applaud you for your work there, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. And I'll recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of the panelists for their hard work and their testimony today. I support the Open Data Act and the H.R. 305, the Presidential Tax Transparency Act, which Ranking Member Cummings and Mr. Painter so eloquently spoke about the need to know about the influence of foreign money in our elections. But I want to say that I am strongly opposed to what I believe is a dangerous bill, H.R. 24, which would seriously undermine the independence of the Federal Reserve. First of all, we're still reeling from the financial crisis, where some people say it was 16 trillion, others say it was 18 trillion. But we do know it was trillions of dollars of loss to our economy. Millions lost their homes. Millions lost their jobs. And it was the first economic crisis that Dr. Hall, a Bush appointment to head the Bureau of Labor Statistics, said was totally a result of mismanagement, corruption, greed in the private sector. It was preventable. Christina Romer testified before this Congress that the economic impacts of that crisis was 5 times greater than the Great Depression. Yet we survived. I can remember constituents calling and screaming at me, we're going down, we're going under, our banks are going under, money markets are going under. And many people are given credit for helping us survive, Congress, the President, and certainly the Federal Reserve, that moved in many ways quickly and effectively to respond to the financial crisis. Even though it began in our country, by all accounts, we came back stronger and faster than any other country in the world. We had 38 months of economic growth, the longest span in history, out of the biggest depth of depression we've ever had. Would we have liked to have been more? Yes. But when President Obama went into office, this country was shedding 700,000 jobs a month. It was a huge financial crisis. And I want to be clear that the Federal Reserve is already audited. The Fed's financial statements are audited by an independent accounting firm every year, and those audits are publicly available. GAO has also conducted extensive audits of the Federal Reserve. The only thing that GAO is prohibited from auditing is the Federal Reserve's monetary policy decision-making. Everything else that the Fed does, the GAO can already audit. But this bill would change that long-standing rule and would allow the GAO to audit the Fed's monetary policy decisions. This would have a number of harmful effects. It would seriously undermine the Fed's independence, would cause the markets to lose confidence in the Fed's ability to conduct sound monetary policy, and would lead to a rise in inflation fears and general interest rates. This would ultimately be harmful for the economy, for economic growth, for jobs in this country. And the Federal Reserve did not cause the economic crisis. They were part of the solution in helping us bound back. In 2010, the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act expanded the types of audits GAO may conduct, as well as the data that must be disclosed to the public. The Dodd-Frank Act opened to GAO audit discount window operations authorized under Section 11S of the Federal Reserve Act, and the Dodd-Frank Act's provisions were crafted to expand transparency surrounding the Federal Reserve's operations without undermining its independence. Further exposing the Federal Reserve's deliberations could influence the deliberations that are conducted and the policies that are chosen, degrading the independence of the Federal Reserve and its monetary policy decisions. Members of Congress could actively seek to influence the Federal Reserve's deliberations by the types and subjects of audits they request from GAO. They could also seek to obtain the materials GAO assesses when performing audits, including documents related to the Federal Reserve's deliberations. Now, I would like unanimous consent to place in the record a list of questions relating to this issue with the Federal Reserve. and also the very important bill that the chairman mentioned. But this is a very, very serious matter, and I feel strongly about it. I feel that it would be dangerous to our economic policy, and I urge a no vote on H.R. 24. Thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman, and questions for the record may go to the panel. If any member will have a couple of legislative days in which to submit those, we appreciate the panel getting us a timely response. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And Mr. Fenton, I would like to start with you. I really want to talk about the Federal Housing Finance Agency, which in September of 2008, as you know, seized Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. What is the financial liability? Do you know off the top of your head the liability taxpayers have for that? It's something like $5 trillion in mortgage liabilities. Is that about your...
Two agencies is about...
Microphone, sorry.
Between the two agencies, they either directly own or insure about $5 trillion worth in mortgages.
I just want people to settle in on that. The taxpayers are on the hook for this amount of money, and it's true, right, that the Federal Housing Finance Agency is subject to a Freedom of Information Act request, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
In May of 2009, Judicial Watch put in a FOIA request for documents related to political contributions made by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. How did the FHFA respond to that FOIA request?
They acknowledged the records were in their custody and control, but they were not agency records subject to disclosure under FOIA.
And the FHFA denied the FOIA request, saying the agency, quote, did not control them. So are Fannie and Freddie wholly operated by the Federal Government now? Who's actually running that agency, those entities?
It is. They've acknowledged repeatedly that they do run the two entities, Fannie and Freddie, the Federal Housing Finance Administration.
They're under a conservatorship.
Sorry.
They're under a conservatorship. Were taken over in 2008 under the powers the government has under the Housing and Economic Recovery Act, the HERA Act of 2008.
Thank you. I understand. The statute granting the FHFA conservatorship over Fannie and Freddie states that the FHFA has, quote, all rights, titles, powers, and privileges of Fannie and Freddie, and of any stockholder, officer, or director, end quote. Is that, Mr. Fenton, is that your understanding of it as well?
Yes, and it's been acknowledged by the agency itself.
I believe that the statute also says that FHFA has, quote, title to the books, records, and assets of any other legal custodian of, end quote, Fannie and Freddie. Is that your understanding, Mr. Fenton?
Yes.
Is it true that under FOIA, an agency record is subject to disclosure unless a specific exemption applies, Mr. Fenton?
Yes, generally speaking, yes.
So did the FHFA suggest to Judicial Watch Fannie and Freddie records were somehow exempt from FOIA?
They did not say they were subject to FOIA, but exempt from disclosure. They said they were not subject to FOIA at all.
So how does one conclude that Fannie and Freddie are not subject to FOIA?
Well, that's for the, judges figured that out for us, and they said that an agency, even though they had the records, unless they, quote, used them, they weren't subject to FOIA, which just struck me as wrong and still strikes me as wrong, but that's the court decision, and so it's going to be up to Congress to
deal
fix
with
that.
Yeah. So that's why I introduced this bill. And to members on both sides, what are we afraid of in terms of exposing the liabilities that Fannie and Freddie are creating for us? And there are exorbitant sums of money going out the door, again, that the American taxpayers are liable for. I got to shift gears here to Mr. Hollister just a little bit. I want to talk about the data collection. If you can kind of explain in layman's terms how the DUNS number works, because things are given a code, and Dun & Bradstreet, a contractor, that system is owned by Dun & Bradstreet. Could you kind of explain that to us and how that works and what it costs the taxpayers to do?
Yes, sir. In the 1990s, the General Services Administration contracted with Dun & Bradstreet to track federal contractors government-wide. Dun & Bradstreet operates the system that does this. Now, that's pretty normal as far as federal practice goes. What's unique is that the contract doesn't just give Dun & Bradstreet the ownership of the system that's used to track the contractors. It also gives Dun & Bradstreet an interest in the identification code itself. This means that nobody can use the information that's encoded using that number unless they purchase a license from Dun & Bradstreet. Now, the federal government has a government-wide license, applies to most agencies. It doesn't apply to special purpose entities like the Recovery Board, which is why Recovery Act spending had to go dark, because they didn't have a license. But it doesn't apply to citizens. Citizens, researchers, journalists, they can't download and analyze information about federal spending unless they purchase a license from Dun & Bradstreet. That means they pay for the information twice.
So the American taxpayers, they pay for the government, right? And the government has a contract, but you're saying that the taxpayers who already paid once have to go back and get another license.
That's right, sir. They have to pay again because there is the Dun & Bradstreet, which is itself a private sector contractor, has an ownership interest in the information about contractors.
And they get to see it first, then, I would assume.
They do get to see it first, and they use it for their other business. For example, in order to maintain all of this information and this federal transparency, you might need a few data fields. You need to know the name of the company. You need to know the address. You might need to know what kind of business they're operating. Dun & Bradstreet uses its monopoly. It requires every contractor to register with that company, and they don't just collect those few pieces of information. They collect 1,500 additional pieces of information, and then they sell that. They use their monopoly on this identification code, not just to make money off the taxpayers who want to download the information, but also to coerce those who must register with them to provide additional information that they then sell as a vendor.
It's something we need to spend some more time on, because it is quite a monopoly, and given it to them by the American people, paid for by the American people, and then they want to charge it again. And we do have a bill, a good bill here, I think, in order to tackle that. My time is far expired. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hollister, in 2014, Congress enacted the DATA Act. That law requires agencies by May of this year to report spending data in accordance with government-wide data standards. If it is implemented properly, the DATA Act will result in a major improvement in the transparency of government spending data. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Ms. Kelly, I do, and we appreciate your vigorous oversight as the ranking member of the subcommittee on the implementation of the DATA Act.
Thank you. The Open Government Data Act will take another step toward expanding the availability of government data. It would in part codify an executive order President Obama issued in 2013 that set as the official policy of the federal government that government information be open and machine readable whenever possible, even though that's not what we've heard here today. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, and in fact, that's why the Congressional Budget Office has scored the Open Government Data Act at 0.
In January 7th, 2017 blog post, you said that President Obama's executive order, and I quote, succeeded brilliantly in changing the culture of open data. Why should Congress codify that executive order?
Well, Ms. Kelly, I think that we've seen today that it's very difficult to pass transparency reforms when there is a current political controversy. For example, this idea of the presidential tax returns, there is certainly a political controversy about that right now, and so there's a division. However, with the DATA Act, as you might remember, it passed unanimously. Everyone agreed that we ought to have consistent access to federal spending data. If it's fully implemented, it's going to reveal things that nobody anticipated. It might reveal those GSA lease payments, for instance, and yet it was supported by everybody in Congress. That's why it's important now, when there's not a political controversy, for Congress to affirm that as a permanent matter, we're going to publish and we're going to standardize federal data.
Okay. The Open Government Data Act would also require agencies to use open licenses for government data when possible. There's no doubt that open data supports jobs, innovation, and entrepreneurs. Can you speak to the potential for our economy, and in particular, the startup economy that open government data could have or create?
Yes, I can, Ms. Kelly. There are 14 startup companies in the Data Coalition, and all of them want to do things with government data. Some of them want to apply analytics and find insights. Some of them want to republish it on platforms. And some of our companies want to automate compliance, reducing the need for lawyers and accountants. All of that becomes possible when the government adopts consistent data formats. I can give you one example. Bernie Madoff could have been caught if we had consistent data formats. Mr. Madoff's firm was reporting to the Securities and Exchange Commission 2 different offices, but because they didn't identify themselves electronically the same way, those different SEC offices never knew about each other's investigations. If we had consistent data formats, it would be possible for data analytics, including maybe the products that are offered by the tech industry, to find connections like that. It's great for the tech business. It's also good for oversight.
Much of the potential depends on proper implementation of these policies. That's why the Obama administration created an 8-step plan for implementing the Data Act. One of the steps of that plan encouraged agencies to inventory their data. Would the inventory requirement under the Open Government Data Act be duplicative, or do you think there's a benefit in including it in a new law?
Good question, Ms. Kelly. The inventory requirement in the Open Government Data Act was modeled on the one that's in the executive order, and I think agencies, therefore, could comply with it simultaneously.
And are these lessons learned from the implementation of the Data Act that could improve implementation of the inventory requirements in the Open Government Data Act?
Yes, we've learned from the implementation of the Data Act, which we'll have the first results of that in May 2017. We'll see if agencies are able to report a consistent data set covering all their spending. The most important lesson there, I think, is that standards matter. There needs to be somebody insisting that the information has got to be structured the same way across all the agency stovepipes. And that insight is going to carry us after the Open Government Data Act becomes law.
Thank you so much. It's critical that we make government data as accessible as possible, and the Open Government Data Act would improve the accountability of agencies by making government data more transparent and usable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I yield back.
Thank you very much. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Fitton, I want to talk a little bit more about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. One thing, they've been very active politically, giving almost $5 million in political contributions the last 10 years. The biggest recipient of those was Senator Dodd, former chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs, which is kind of disturbing. One of the biggest recipients was then Senator Obama. Despite being a new senator, they took apparently a big interest in him, developing apparently a very close personal relationship with him. Do you think information about the amount of money that powerful, important Senator Dodd was getting, or then Senator Obama was getting, do you think that's easily accessible enough to the public?
Thank you. Certainly it's not accessible in terms of what the Fannie and Freddie decision-making were related to their political contributions. They took care of politicians on both sides of the aisle, and certainly there was a particular focus on those that were friendly to them in terms of oversight. Secondly, they put both Republicans and Democrats on their boards as well. So if we're looking to find out the failures of Fannie and Freddie and why they were allowed to take on so much problematic debt or encourage problematic housing activities and put the taxpayer potentially on the hook for billions of losses, one of those reasons we'd want to find out, well, did they manipulate the system or benefit from political giving and their relationships with members of Congress in terms of Congress providing protection from significant oversight and reform?
Okay.
None of that's available under law right now, although the documents arguably might be there and should be looked at, but they haven't.
Why are their documents shrouded in secrecy? What is how do we wind up that way with such an important, I guess you'd say, the governmental or quasi-governmental agency?
Well, it was a decision made early on by the Obama administration not to make these documents available to the public. I recognized initially when the government took over all these government agencies, when the government took over these two agencies, that, my gosh, well, FOIA has to apply here. I also kind of think the same about GM at the time, but we didn't get into that as much. But the administration took the position that we're not going to release any of these records. They're not subject to FOIA. And
can the administration release them to this day?
Oh, this administration can change that policy in a heartbeat.
Okay. Now we'll go to Mr. Singleton. In your testimony, you cited a provision of Dodd-Frank which authorized a one-time audit in 2007, 2008. What did this audit reveal about the Federal Reserve?
Basically, as I said in my testimony and in response to Mr. Duncan's questions, that during the market meltdown or following the market meltdown between 2007 and 2010, the Fed, as part of their policies in an attempt to reinflate the economy, they committed over $16 trillion to foreign central banks and private companies. That's just actually a fraction of, I believe, of their total activities. If you look at since that time, they've had the quantitative easing program, which involved more intervention into the private economy in an attempt to reinflate the economic bubble that had burst in 2007.
Just, we want to give a lot of time here. We had somebody from, I think the Fed, I think it was on this committee, not sure. Could you explain quantitative easing to me and the degree to which it benefited private companies?
Quantitative easing, it was the Federal Reserve went in and they bought private assets in order to put more money into the economy.
Did they pay fair value for those assets?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. They would probably say that they did. Might be one reason, another reason why we need an audit to find out more about what they do. I know their financial statements are audited, but I think we do need more details about their transactions in order to fully answer some of these questions.
Okay. I'll ask you again. Okay, when they flooded $16 trillion into foreign entities, could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
I can try and find the details. Off the top of my head, I'm not familiar with all of the details of that.
In which countries would have benefited?
I'm sorry. I can get you that information.
Okay. Well, we'll wait to get that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now recognize a gentlewoman from New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony and being here today. I certainly support transparency in federal government. I think taxpayers need to know how government is functioning and whether or not we're functioning effectively, efficiently, and without corruption. Mr. Fitton?
Yes.
Hi. My question is to you first. Do you have a FOIA request in to see the current president's tax returns?
No, we don't. They're not subject to FOIA. The White House is not subject to FOIA specifically.
Do you think that they should be?
Tax returns? Typically, tax returns would not be subject to the Freedom of Information Act. Sometimes the disclosure records related to that may have information from the tax returns.
But we do have very consistent legacy of past presidents releasing their tax returns.
We have an inconsistent legacy, I would say.
Do you believe that the tax returns could reveal more information regarding obligations, debts, spending, earnings, and sources of earnings than is available on disclosure statements?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Painter? In an interview with the ABC News in September 2016, then-candidate Donald Trump said, and I quote, "I released the most extensive financial review of anybody in the history of politics. It's either 100 or maybe more pages of names of companies, locations of companies, et cetera, and it's a very impressive list, and everybody says that. But I released a massive list, far more than you. You don't learn much in a tax return." Just to be clear, was Mr. Trump required by law to file a financial disclosure form as a presidential candidate, or was this something he was doing voluntary?
He was required to file Form 278.
Thank you.
As a candidate.
Thank you. To your knowledge, has any modern president had business entanglements that are as large and complex as those of President Trump that we can understand, given the limited information they've shared with us?
Nowhere close.
Mr. Painter, last year you published an editorial together with Norman Eisen, the ethics lawyer to former President Barack Obama, entitled, quote, "What Trump's tax returns could tell us about his dealings with Russia," close quote. You and Mr. Eisen wrote, and I quote, Trump says his tax returns reveal nothing that is not already disclosed on his official candidate financial disclosure called Form 278E. As ethics counsels to the past two presidents, we dealt with both their tax filings and their Form 278S. And so we know that Trump is wrong, close quote. What would we learn from a tax return that would not be contained in the financial disclosure?
I will assume that tax return is truthfully filled out and not loaded up with alternative facts. But if it is truthfully filled out, it will disclose in detail information about payments received by pass-through entities, LLCs, and corporations where this pass-through taxation, the entity doesn't pay a separate corporate tax, but the taxpayer, the President, pays. And I read into the record a number of the tax forms that would disclose information about dealings with foreign entities. That, to me, is of utmost concern to our national security, but there's much, much more information as well. The key difference between the tax forms and Form 278 is that the 278 financial disclosure form he filled out lists these entities that he has a controlling interest in, sometimes a 100% controlling interest in. But Schedule A of the 278 does not list the liabilities of those entities and the income streams of those entities. None of that is listed. Schedule B, which has liabilities, only has to list the liabilities that he is personally liable for or that he is personally guaranteed. So the entity on Schedule A could owe hundreds of millions of dollars to the Chinese government, the Russian government, we don't know who, and we're never going to find out. A lot of that you would find out through the tax returns. We're entitled to that information from our President.
And tax returns are auditable, but these other financial disclosure forms are not auditable per se. Is that so?
That is true. We're on an honor system with the financial disclosure forms. Of course, if you make a false statement, that's a criminal offense. But there is an audit at the IRS of the tax returns. The President apparently has an awful lot of returns with an awful lot of audits, if that's his excuse for not releasing them.
Well, we're certainly finding out each and every day that there's greater concern as to this President's entanglements and the impact on the ability to govern this country in a safe and secure manner. It's simply not the case that what he has given to us is sufficient thus far, and we need to continue to require that he gives us a full disclosure. And with that, I believe that this committee should consider and pass the Presidential Tax Transparency Act to require that President Trump disclose his taxes so that we can have a more complete view of his finances and so we can find a degree of confidence in his governance. And with that, I yield back. Thank you very much.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. We'll now go to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Blum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panel today for being here. Time and time again, John Koskinen, the head of the IRS, has asserted, quote, "We produced all the emails," end quote. He also has asserted numerous times, quote, "We spent a significant amount of time trying to provide all of the information we had," end quote. Mr. Fitton, do you know approximately when John Koskinen made these claims?
He made them repeatedly over the last few years, and the IRS generally has been making similar claims in court, saying they've looked everywhere they needed to look and there's nothing else to be found. And just recently, the IRS acknowledged there was a category of at least a group of at least 7,000 or so documents that they needed to search in response to one of our Freedom of Information Act lawsuits about improper auditing that they hadn't searched. And these were records not only responsive to Judicial Watch's FOIAs, but my understanding is would have been responsive to congressional investigations on those subject matters.
How long has it taken to receive these? When did he make these claims that we've turned over all the emails?
Well, the IRS told us that they didn't need this, that they were done searching and there was nothing else to be found reasonably a year and a half ago. We've been fighting on this very issue about where they were needed to search for many years, though, since the scandal was first uncovered in 2013. And we've been faced with nothing but obstruction. And
7,000 emails.
There's another group.
18 months later. Is that correct?
And we don't know when we're going to get all those responsive records yet either.
Why, in your opinion, Mr. Fitton, is this significant?
Well, we need to know that our tax agency is being used for lawful purposes, and We need to have the laws protect us in that regard in terms of assuring that's occurring, and that law, one of the key laws, one of the few ones that the citizens can use, is the Freedom of Information Act. It doesn't allow us to get access to anyone's individual tax returns, but we can get access to decision-making about their policies and such, and to get that information out has been required extraordinary legal efforts.
Do you think the IRS commissioner was lying when he said, we produced all the emails? We've spent a significant amount of time to provide all the information we have? Do you think he was lying?
Well, I'm sure they spent a lot of time, but they didn't produce all the emails, and the IRS commissioner specifically made the decision not to inform Congress for several months about a major issue they had with email production, specifically with relation to Lois Lerner and the fact that emails from her were not backed up or were backed up, and depending on what time of day it was, they got a different story out of the IRS. But the commissioner was not forthcoming with Congress for months on that issue.
Not forthcoming. We call it something different in Iowa, but I'll accept that. So, Mr. Fitton, nearly 5 years after Lois Lerner preempted the Inspector General with a planted question that the IRS was in fact targeting people for their political beliefs, still, 18 months later, no one has been held accountable, and documents are apparently still outstanding, correct?
It's longer than 18 months. It's 2013, and we're now going into 2017. So it's 4 years, and we're still waiting for documents on that issue.
This is exactly why transparency is so important. It's exactly why this hearing is important. It should not take years of FOIA requests, congressional investigations, and court battles for Americans to get answers. The folks in my district applaud when I say no one, including no one in Washington, D.C., is above the law.
Amen.
Thank you for your testimony. I yield back my time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. I will now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Starbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the panel. Mr. Painter, I'm glad you're here. I want to thank you for your work and your focus on these issues of conflicts of interest. You've said, and I certainly agree, that the example, the standard of transparency, disclosure, accountability has to be set from the very top, that the President of the United States has to demonstrate a clear commitment to those principles. And obviously, when you served and when your colleague Norm Eisen served, that was the kind of standard that was adhered to. I don't think we're seeing that from the current administration. And I think that the example set, or lack of example set, is kind of trickling down, finding its way into the various cabinet appointments, into the way those agencies are operating, which puts an extra responsibility on Congress and on committees like this one, the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, to press for that kind of transparency and accountability. I think this committee could be doing a lot more in that regard, frankly, and some other standing committees in the House and the Senate to press on the administration for the accountability and transparency that we would like to see. We've pulled together a task force, Democracy Reform Task Force, which I chair and is vice-chaired by a number of my colleagues, to try to push on this issue of conflicts of interest. And we've been cataloging all of the efforts that have been undertaken by members of Congress on our side of the aisle over the last 6-7 weeks to try to elicit some decent information about what's happening with the Trump White House and with the various agencies. Legislation has been introduced, and I'll turn in a moment to the Tax Transparency Act to speak to that. But there's many other bills that have been introduced by members of Congress to try to get more information and accountability. We've been introducing amendments in various committees to insist upon that disclosure. Democrats have brought privilege resolutions to the floor of the House seeking disclosure of the President's tax returns for all of the reasons that you've enumerated. In committees, we've been filing resolutions of inquiry, which are one of the few tools we have available to us when the leadership of those committees doesn't, on its own initiative, seek to get the kinds of answers that we need. And we've sent through standing committees and members on their own initiative have sent nearly 120 letters to representatives of the Trump administration on a whole variety of topics where we're seeking good information. Those have gone unanswered. So it's been very frustrating, but I come back to the notion that transparency, disclosure, those standards begin at the top. And of course, the President has refused to disclose his tax returns, which I think has kind of set the tone. And, you know, when I talk to people across the country on this issue, and 70 to 80% of Americans would like to see those tax returns. And they want to see them because they just want their anxieties to be addressed. I think people are worrying that there may be some divided loyalty here, that the President isn't putting his responsibility and the public trust that goes in the office of the presidency ahead of these other business concerns. Maybe he is, but without getting the information, there's no way we can know that. And I think that's why the public is expressing this degree of anxiety and saying, look, just come clean. Let us just see, as all other presidents have done, what's in your tax returns. I'm running out of time, but I want you to address again the fact that, you know, the average person, when they file a tax return, they don't have all of these assets and foreign entanglements and business interests, so they may not realize what kind of information you can actually get from an extended tax return. Can you just touch on one more time the various schedules and what they provide in terms of information and how important that is for us to get some assurance with respect to our concerns about conflicts of interest?
President, we already have substantial reason to believe that he may owe his job to Vladimir Putin. We ought to at least know whether he has financial dealings with the Russians, with the Chinese, any other foreign governments, with oligarchs in those countries. The schedules I read into the record are very relevant here. Most of them focus on flow-through taxation. If you own an entity, a corporation or an LLC, and it does not separately file a tax return and pay taxes, the profits and losses, the debt payments, all of those flow through to your taxes, the taxpayer. And so you would fill out these forms that would disclose those payments, income and debt payments, to those entities, such as the form on information return of U.S. persons with respect to certain foreign corporations, or information return of a shareholder of a passive foreign investment company or qualified electing fund, annual return to report transactions with foreign trusts and receipt of certain foreign gifts, statement of specified foreign financial assets, return of U.S. persons with respect to certain foreign partnerships. Those are only a few of the many return forms that would divulge this information. None of it is on Schedule A of a Form 278. This is information that, particularly in this context, given what foreign governments have done to conduct espionage inside the United States, given the apparent cooperation of Americans with that, we have the right to this information about our President. He should be disclosing it voluntarily, immediately, without having to have a bill of passed by Congress.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my 5 minutes to my fellow Kentuckian, Congressman Massey.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding. I wanted to ask Mr. Singleton, I didn't get a chance to ask this before, what has happened to the Fed's balance sheet since 2008?
It's exploded. The Federal Reserve has a lot of more assets, again, in its attempt to reignite the economy from the highs of the 04, 05, when the housing market was really exploding, to the crash of 07 and 08. And there's a lot of concern expressed by a lot of people that the Fed needs to start unwinding the balance sheet.
But can they unwind the balance sheet without having any economic ramifications?
And that's the other problem. If they start dumping these assets onto the market, it's going to cause major turmoil, and it's also going to negatively impact the Fed's position, because if you have a lot of things that you want to get rid of, if you put them all out at once, it's going to decrease the value of any individual asset. So the Fed is really kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now in terms of the need to unwind the balance sheet.
So, going back to 1977, I think it was, there was a Reform Act where Congress imposed a mandate on the Federal Reserve. It's called a dual mandate, but there's actually 3 mandates in there, which are price stability, moderate long-term rates, and maximum sustainable employment. Are those always complementary goals?
I think in the free market they actually are. With the Federal Reserve monetary policy and the way that it's traditionally been looked at, no, there is the argument that you can have inflation or unemployment, that there's a choice between them. I think that the experience in the 70s, and hopefully we're not coming to that, but it could happen again with stagflation, showed that you can actually have high unemployment and high inflation at the same time. I think that saying that we're going to trust this secretive central bank in 1977 was 6 years after Richard Nixon severed the last link between the Federal Reserve and gold, which really kind of cemented our fate in terms of the problems that we would have from a fiat monetary system, is that the idea that the Fed can just somehow pinpoint the exact right interest rates, the exact right level of inflation that will lead to the exact right level of unemployment, where you won't have long-term unemployment, you'll just have the regular unemployment you have as people change jobs, retire, et cetera, is wrong. I mean, we hear a lot about Russia today at this hearing from critics of the current administration. But one thing I think we need to consider looking at Russia is didn't their experience in the last century teach us that central planning doesn't work? And if it's central planning didn't work for Soviet Union agriculture, what makes you think that it's going to work for American and the world monetary policy system?
Probably, it doesn't seem like it is working for us, at least not in the last several decades. Mr. Painter, in the time I have remaining, you expressed some reservations about this particular bill, but you were somewhat supportive of auditing the Federal Reserve more fully. Can you expand on that?
I believe there needs to be full disclosure of what's going on at the Federal Reserve. I think transparency is critical for public confidence. But I think the statements made today about the Federal Reserve by Mr. Singleton and the statements that I have heard repeated by the far left and the far right about the Federal Reserve are dangerous. It is dangerous for this Congress to take any steps with respect to the Federal Reserve without bringing in professional economists, perhaps former governors of the Federal Reserve and others, to explain to you how it works. This is a situation where if we equate the Federal Reserve with Soviet Russia and we proceed to make policy in that way, we are exposing our economy to potential collapse. And that's a very dangerous situation.
What level of what areas of transparency do they not now have that you would support providing?
I believe that the audit that is suggested here, whether it be by the Comptroller General or by somebody else, that would be very helpful to know more about what is going on with respect to monetary policy, to have more transparency, to make sure that nothing leaks out of the Fed so that there's insider trading based on projections about what might happen by people who have inside information. It's absolutely critical to have public confidence in the Fed. And if more transparency will give that to us, that is wonderful. But what I am very scared about is these conspiracy theories that are being pushed, equating the Federal Reserve with Soviet Russia. That is just false. And if you take that testimony and enact legislation based on that type of testimony, without consulting economists, without consulting experts who know what the Federal Reserve does.
Are you concerned about their balance sheet tripling in the last
I am concerned. But I want you to hear from people.
I don't think that's a conspiracy theory or the fact that they played an adverse role in the housing bubble.
They did, but Wall Street did too. Privately owned banks Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns, Merrill Lynch.
A
Where was the
lot of those
transparency
folks
there?
work at the Fed. All right, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Painter, I've admired you since I knew you slightly in college as a high-ranking official in the Bush administration, his chief ethics officer. You've always been a little conservative for me, but most people are, so I'm not going to hold that against you. You are one of the nation's leading ethics authorities, if not the leading ethics authority in the United States of America today. And the questioning from my friend from Kentucky puts me in mind of a letter that was written by James Madison to a Kentucky farmer, where he said that popular government without popular information is but a prologue to a farce or a tragedy. The people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the information and the power that knowledge brings. So I want to ask you about the emoluments clause, which prevents the President and all of us from collecting payments from foreign governments, princes, kings, and foreign offices and states. In your experience as an ethics official for President Bush, if a president were to receive a trinket, a painting, a statue, or something from a foreign government, what would you do if you wanted to keep it according to the terms of the Constitution?
Well, you would have to have consent of Congress.
So how do you go about getting the consent of Congress?
Through a bill.
Okay, so
or through a resolution of Congress.
So just tell me technically, if you're working for the President, and the President says, I'm concerned I'm getting all this money from abroad, or I'm getting presents and gifts, I want to make sure I'm clean with the people of the United States and the Constitution, what do I do?
Step one, disclose it. If it's over the amount already authorized under the Foreign Gifts and Decorations Act, sit down with Congress. Here, President Trump could sit down with a Republican-controlled Congress and say, this is what I've got. How much can I keep?
So who would you ask? Your White House counsel, your ethics officer, to go to who? The Speaker of the House?
I would go. I have the White House counsel work with the lawyers in both chambers and discuss what the President has and disclose what the President has.
Did you ever do that as the White House ethics officer?
Oh, no, because the President wasn't receiving payments from foreign countries.
Okay.
We didn't have that kind of thing going on in the Bush administration.
Okay. Hey, do you know of other cases in the past where presidents have received a painting or a gift that they want to keep and they go to Congress to receive it? Are you aware of that?
Not in recent memory.
Okay.
Gifts would be declined or turned over to the United States government. We
Okay.
had someone try to get a prince tried to give a Rolex watch to someone in the security, in the White House, in the national security area, and I think we said, no, that's not going to work.
Okay. And without going to Congress, you just refused it?
No, we don't take Rolex watches from the Saudis.
Okay. So let me ask you this question then. We've never had a president, at least in our lifetimes, who has the kind of extensive foreign business empire that this president has, with the Trump hotels and the Trump golf courses and the business contracts, the trademarks, the deals all over the world, entanglements directly with foreign governments as well as corporations controlled by foreign governments. Now, and there are lots of allegations that he's been collecting emoluments from day one. There's been no attempt to come to Congress to ask us for our consent. Now, the question is, if he had to disclose his tax returns and they divulged a relationship with a foreign government that suggested emoluments were taking place, we would be able to act affirmatively. But this president, the first president in modern memory not to disclose his tax returns, hasn't given us that information, so we don't know. Do you think that we need to legislate as the U.S. Congress to compel the President of the United States to turn over his tax returns?
I think you may have to, because this president will not turn them over. But what this committee should also do is use its subpoena power with respect to the Trump Organization and every one of those entities listed on Schedule A of his 278 to find out what money is going into those entities from foreign governments, with a focus first and foremost on the foreign government that has conducted known espionage inside the United States. And that could be done by using the subpoena power with the support.
What are some of the entities you're talking about?
Any of the corporate entities that are owned by the president. There are hundreds of them. They're listed on Form 278 Schedule A. They own everything from trademarks to licensing arrangements to buildings. With the buildings, we don't know where the debt's coming from.
Gotcha. Let me pause you there just because I'm running out of time. all of the Democrats on this panel have said that we should have a legal obligation for the president to turn over the tax returns. Most of the Republicans have said there's a moral obligation and he should do it. Do you think it's a moral obligation, or do you think it should be a legal obligation too?
I think it's a moral obligation right now. You should make it a legal obligation by passing this bill. And as I say, this committee should subpoena all of the relevant information. The Intelligence Committee should be subpoenaing the relevant information from the Trump business entities even before that bill passes. This is absolutely critical that we get this information. And I think it's unfortunate this is a Democrat-Republican issue. You open up by saying that I was more conservative than you are. I guess I am. I still believe in sound money. I guess the Republicans are walking away from that stance. And I believe in open government disclosure, and that includes the President's tax returns. And I think those are conservative principles, and everybody needs to stand up for open government from the very top on down. That's what these bills, that's what they're about, and that includes the President.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I will yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and we're going to shift gears a little bit. And in the spirit of this hearing, in full disclosure, the Open Data Act that I'm going to ask some questions about is actually legislation Representative Derek Kilmer and I are authoring and will be reintroducing later on in this Congress. And as I'm sure you've heard, it's the legislation that basically by default makes government information public. We want it out in an open source, easily accessible, machine-readable format. You know, Americans' tax dollars went to create this data. The American people ought to have easy access to this data. And with the state of innovation going on in the tech community and actually all throughout the world today, we have no idea what information we'll be able to glean out of this, how the government might be able to save money, what new inventions might be coming, what scientific advances may happen. But I do want to be open-minded on this and ask an open question to the entire panel. Do you guys see any problems with this bill or anything that needs to be added to it to make it better? And we'll I tell you what, since I'm sure Mr. Hollister has the longest answer to this, we'll go in the other direction and start with Mr. Painter.
It's a very sound bill. Yes, there are things I'd like to add to it. I would like the White House visitors log, including, as I say, Jackson Place, what's going on over there, the federal agencies. We ought to know who's going in and out of the federal agencies and lobbying. When the campaign contributors are making their pitch, there ought to be a lot more information about those types of contacts and also members of Congress. There's a health care bill that's going to be voted on later today. There are a lot of people in my district, the 2nd in Minnesota, who feel strongly that that bill isn't going to give them anything other than take away their health insurance. We'd at least like to know who is talking to our Congressman Jason Lewis about that bill. So I'm sure that members of your districts would like to know who's coming in and out and talking about that health care bill that's going to have such a dramatic impact on their lives. So I think there ought to be more disclosure about what's going on in government that I extend over to Congress as well as to the executive branch. But this bill is an excellent start.
Great. Mr. Fitton.
Oh, I can come up with all sorts of amendments along the lines as Mr. Painter suggested, but I don't have any comments specifically on the initial
All right.
bill, which
And
seems
listen, if
fine.
y'all want to submit those in writing at some point, I certainly would be open to hearing what they are.
Thank you.
Mr. Bernardi? I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name. Could you?
Burlaw. Everybody does.
Burlaw.
It's an excellent bill, and I like that it makes the data user-friendly, that, data can be of no use when it's just in a data dump, and you can't separate the wheat from the chaff, to use the analogy, but that it makes it user-friendly and accessible so that taxpayers can focus in on what governments are doing. But again, I think there are more things Congress can do. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, which has almost as much power as the Fed in terms of deciding whether a financial firm is too big to fail, which can both adversely affect the firm with more regulation and as well as give it advantage it by giving it saying the government would bail it out, and yet we don't know anything about those deliberations. So that agency, like the Fed, needs to be made less secrecy, and we need to investigate why in the world there was executive privilege claimed with regard to going beyond FOIA, an actual lawsuit in the discovery process in Fannie Mae. So those other abuses as far as secrecy need to be addressed.
I don't want to run out of time. I want to give everybody a chance. Mr. Singleton?
From what I know of the bill, I don't have any problems with it. As a former congressional staffer, I do think that there might be some concerns with making information about congressional schedules and particularly what constituents they meet with, contrary to, I'm going to call it a conspiracy theory that Mr. Painter seemed to be painting here. Not everyone that you meet with in Congress is some evil lobbyist that's going to line your pockets. A lot of time it is average citizens exercising their First Amendment rights to petition their government, and I don't know if we need to violate the confidentiality of their meetings in order to have a more transparent government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hollister.
Mr. Farenthold, I think your bill is wise because it makes a distinction between operations and deliberations. If we were to mandate that the Jackson Place logs be made public, as Mr. Painter's recommending, wouldn't everybody just move across the street to Pete's Coffee? By making that distinction, which is what the FOIA makes, we focus on the decisions and the operations of the federal government, and that's where you'll find the really valuable transparency. Mr. Berlau talked about transparency of the Financial Stability Oversight Council. Well, separately, the Financial Transparency Act, which we thank you for co-sponsoring, would require the agencies of the Financial Stability Oversight Council, specifically by amending their statutes, to adopt standardized data formats for all the things that they do. Sometimes there's a need to focus in on a particular area like financial regulation, which is what that bill does. But I have no changes to recommend for the Open Government Data Act because it sets that foundation.
Thank you very much. I see my time has expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all of the witnesses, but I really want to focus on Mr. Painter. You are in a very unique position, both from your business background and your public service, I think, and also, obviously, as other witnesses or other members have stated, your service in the Republican administration of George W. Bush. So, in my understanding, the Ethics in Government Act in 1978, that was passed in a bipartisan effort. 1988, significant amendments. Those were done with bipartisan efforts. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely.
And they came out of the consequences and the tribulation of Watergate, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
So to me, this shouldn't be a partisan issue, and I try to tell people who, when I bring this up in the district, that if Mr. Trump decided to be a liberal Democrat tomorrow, which I think is conceivable given his history, that I would feel the same way as you do, that this is much more important than Republican or Democrat. So getting to that point, as you have said, the history of the act in good faith, going consistent with the act, but not legally prescribed for the act. Since President Ford, every president has submitted his tax returns. And every president, well, President Carter, Reagan, H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama have all put their assets in a blind trust, correct?
Yes, they put some of the assets in blind trust. Other assets have been conflict-free assets, mutual funds, bank accounts, Treasury securities, and other conflict-free assets.
So from my understanding, at a press conference that President Trump did before he got inaugurated with his attorney, who I think background is real estate attorney, they made the argument, and I'm not a lawyer, that this was a unique situation. To put it in a blind trust would not be possible for him because of the nature of his international involvement. So would you respond to that? Is there anything in the law that you've discovered that allows for a president or administration to say normal business practices should be different or handled differently?
Well, the law applies to the president like it applies to everybody else. And the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution prohibits him or any entity that he owns from receiving payments and benefits from foreign governments. So that had to be dealt with as of January 20. I do not believe it was dealt with, and that's why Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington has filed a lawsuit up in New York to seek discovery as to what's going on with emoluments. There are other laws as well, bribery, gratuity statutes that could be triggered when the president owns businesses and his sons are running all over the world trying to cut deals with people with Secret Service in tow. There's a lot of risk for the president, and that's why I urge that he dispose of these businesses as soon as he was elected. He could have done that, and the notion that he can't sell these businesses, that he can't sell real estate and these companies. I mean, he's the author of the book, The Art of the Deal. He's got lawyers, New York lawyers working for him. I've never heard anybody up there in New York say, well, real estate isn't liquid. They're buying and selling it all the time and securitizing it, moving it out the door. So he could sell it, and that's what he should have done to avoid these conflicts.
So following on my colleague from Maryland, who has more expertise in the legal aspects of this, but it's my understanding that President Washington asked permission from Congress to accept a gift of a painting that was alluded to. President Jackson, I think, came to Congress to ask for a gift of a medal. So how do we get to the point, first politically, to get us to feel in a partisan, given the history, a bipartisan way, that this should be separate from Republican or Democrat? And then secondarily, you're involved in a lawsuit without disclosing anything that you feel uncomfortable with disclosing. How would you force this discussion? Because every day this goes by, my assumption is, given due process and the assumption of innocence, but it certainly circumstantially looks at whether you're here in Washington, D.C. at the Trump Hotel, whether you're in Indonesia, or whether you're in New York or Azerbaijan, it certainly appears that he is accepting gifts under the Emolument Clause. So how do you get to a point in this environment, given the history both of the Ethics Act but the Constitution? What are the triggers, to follow up on my friend from Maryland, to get us to a conclusion here where we find out whether he's in violation or not, that he gives us his tax returns and we find out about these relationships?
This committee should be subpoenaing the relevant information from the Trump Business Organization. The way to make this bipartisan is to discuss this with the people in your districts. Republicans and Democrats feel the same way about transparency in government with respect to the President and everyone else. And that's why Republicans and Democrats would support this bill with respect to transparency and making the records accessible. And I'm fully supportive of that, but the American people also expect to see what's going on with the President's tax returns and his dealings, particularly with foreign governments, particularly in a year in which a foreign government has conducted espionage inside the United States. So the way to make this bipartisan is to go back to your districts. We're going to be discussing in the Minnesota 2nd Congressional District, where I live. We're going to be discussing it all through our state. I think it's going to be time for every member of this committee, Democrat and Republican, ask the people who sent you here how they feel about a president who will not disclose his tax returns, and then come back to Congress and represent the people who elected you.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It seems that every day there's a new revelation about the contacts between the President's campaign or the President's associates and Russian officials. And we're having a discussion today about transparency, so I thought this topic might be kind of relevant to what we're discussing. First, there's been reports that former Foreign Policy Advisor Carter Page traveled to Moscow in July 2016, gave a speech that was critical of the United States. The campaign has admitted that it was aware of Mr. Page's trip. Then, after initially denying it, Mr. Page admitted that he had another meeting with the Russian ambassador last year. There are reports about Roger Stone's connections to WikiLeaks. After there are reports that have indicated that Paul Manafort, Rick Gates have connections to pro-Russian groups in the Ukraine. Mr. Manafort abruptly resigned at that point as chairman of the campaign. And just yesterday, the AP reported on a secret agreement between Paul Manafort and a Russian oligarch to receive millions of dollars to work for, quote, benefits of the Putin government. President Trump fired General Michael Flynn from his role as National Security Advisor after it was revealed that he secretly communicated with the Russian ambassador about U.S. sanctions and then lied about the communications to Vice President Pence and the public. And I tell you, it's very difficult for me to say the words that the individual lied, because that's a very strong characterizations, but in this case, there's nothing else that we can call it. Then there were reports about connections to Russian interests involving the president's son, Jared Kushner, his son, Donald Trump Jr., and J.D. Gordon, a foreign policy advisor. In fact, according to media reports, Donald Trump Jr. stated at a 2008 business conference that, quote, Russians make up a pretty disproportionate cross-section of a lot of our assets, end quote. It was revealed that Attorney General Sessions' claim under oath that, and I quote, I did not have communications with the Russians was demonstrably false, and the Attorney General then recused himself for an investigation into Russian interference in 2016 election. Never mind the nexus in terms of government and the Russians. We have been spending a lot of time talking about the president's tax returns, but we do know what assets he has. and the assets that are very, as this Donald Jr. said, a cross-section of assets with the Russian government or with Russian assets on the ground. Mr. Filton, is it Fitton? Fitton. Okay. We know that it's not appropriate to have a FOIA request about transition activities and what happens in the President's transition request. But do you intend to have a FOIA request for the activities related to this Russian, the investigations that are going on in the same way that you had investigations and brought to Congress's attention issues with Benghazi? I mean, you have stated how we rely on you for that, and that's important.
Yes, we have well over a dozen Freedom of Information Act requests pending on the very issues you're talking about. Also, we've filed at least 2 lawsuits that over requests that have gone unanswered. You know, I have a different interpretation of what went on, but the documents are going to show what went on, hopefully, if we get full disclosure. And it's an opportunity for the administration to clear the air on all of this. And you know, I think personally it would probably benefit the administration to release this material as quickly as possible.
It's interesting that you say you have a different interpretation. Will you allow the documents to speak for themselves, or are you going to try and interpret them?
Well, we'll get all the documents out. Our practice is to release the documents we get, and you know, we'll highlight things we think are important, but all the documents are available to the public.
And will the importance of the things that you highlight, be the things that you would like us to think about, or the things that you think the American public are interested? Because I see a line of your testimony seems to be geared towards a specific administration that you find more fault for than necessarily this upcoming one as well.
Well, you know, I think of the information we have for sure. We know that classified material was illegally leaked, presumably by the prior administration. That ought to be very concerning. It doesn't mean that everything the Trump transition did, either before or after the election, was appropriate, and there may be documents there that show it wasn't appropriate. And we've asked for the questions in a way that will get it all.
Great. And what I'm concerned with,
for President
what
Trump.
I'm concerned with, not so much is what happened before, but what's going to be going on in the next 3 years with his relationship to the Russian government, his assets, and the growth of his own interest and fortune, and his placement as President of the United States with the Russians and those assets. Are you concerned with that?
I think it's an area of oversight, certainly. He's a president who has this massive business wealth and business assets, and people are going to want to ask questions. I think, unlike Mr. Painter, I think he's taken—
Because we don't want him to grow his business on our backs. That's, I think, the concern.
We don't. No one wants the president to abuse his office for personal gain. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Treason is an issue of oversight.
The gentlelady's time has expired. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from Florida. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to our witnesses. Thank you so much as well for being here. Mr. Painter, I'll start with you. In 2009, President Obama began releasing the logs that disclose who came to the White House for meetings, tours, or social events. This was widely viewed as an improvement to White House transparency. I believe you've already spoken about this one, but I'll ask you again. Do you agree that this widely improved White House transparency?
I will concede that point.
The Obama administration visitors' logs revealed a significant amount of information. Just recently, it was revealed that Secretary of State and former ExxonMobil CEO Rex Tillerson lobbied the Obama administration against sanctions for Russia. Should President Trump, and this is to you again, Mr. Painter, continue the practice of the Obama administration and release his visitor logs?
Absolutely, and that release should extend to the executive branch agencies as well. We need more transparency with respect to who is coming and going, whether it's lobbyists, whether it's foreign nationals, whether it's people who are foreign agents. A lot of them apparently don't feel like registering under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. We need that information about who's coming and going from the top executive branch agencies, including the White House. The American people are entitled to that information.
Thank you. Mr. Fitton, In August of 2009, Judicial Watch sued the Secret Service for access to White House visitors' logs that had been withheld in previous disclosures. You said, and I quote, "The courts have affirmed that these White House visitor records are subject to release under FOIA law. If the Obama administration is serious about transparency, they will agree to the release of these records under the Freedom of Information Act," unquote. Do you believe, Mr. Fitton, that President Trump and his administration should release their White House visitors' logs?
We believe they should at least follow the voluntary disclosure of the Obama administration. Unfortunately, the appellate court here in the district ruled they're not FOIA records. We think that they should reinstitute the policy first changed by President Bush, continued by President Obama, to pretend they weren't government records subject to FOIA. And President Trump should stop that. That's fake law, in my view, to use a poor turn of phrase, and start following the law on FOIA. These are records maintained by the Department of Homeland Security, the Secret Service. Those are agencies under FOIA. And the idea that those records aren't subject to FOIA is, to me, at odds with the law, the way I would read it. The courts have read it differently, but the President can choose to follow the law here. We shouldn't rely on voluntary disclosures of that type of information in this circumstance.
That's correct, because you said following the court's decision that President Obama, and I quote, "doesn't want people to know who's visiting him," and that he, quote, "took the ball from Bush and ran with it." You also testified earlier that the administration could make a policy change in Freddie and Fannie Mae if they wanted to. So I'm assuming you believe that the administration could make a change as it pertains to this as well.
Now, I often jokingly say I'm waiting for the Trump administration to come to power, and they should enforce FOIA the way they're enforcing immigration law.
Mr. Hollister, President Trump has not said whether he plans to continue President Obama's practice of disclosing visitor logs. The White House website for visitor access records currently includes no visitor's log. The website says, and I quote, "This page is being updated. It will post records of White House visitors on an ongoing basis once they become available." Do you agree that President Trump should disclose his visitor logs?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I think the Trump White House should continue the practice that the Obama administration followed of releasing the visitor logs. As I mentioned in response to some earlier questions, though, I think we need to remember that these logs are going to be of limited usefulness. A lot of meetings take place in the coffee shops in the area, and you're never going to get all the deliberations. What's really important is to track what the government is doing, the decisions and the operations, and particularly the money. That's harder to hide, and you see the results there.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fitton, I was just listening to you talk about your passion for FOIA. Was Judicial Watch equally passionate about wanting to see the names of the energy executives with whom then Vice President Dick Cheney met with in the White House, which the White House refused to disclose, you will recall?
Yes, we sued the Cheney Energy Task Force under the Federal Advisory Committee Act. We also had multiple lawsuits, I think, on the Freedom of Information Act on the Energy Task Force, and we took that issue all the way up to the Supreme Court. In fact, we sued the Bush administration twice as often as we did the Clinton administrations under the Freedom of Information Act.
Good for you. By the way, on FOIA, I was in local government of Virginia, unbelievably strict FOIA requirements. I had like 5 working days to respond to any FOIA request.
That's right. There are a few state legislatures subject to FOIA.
But that's what I was going to say. You've got some work to do in the General Assembly in Richmond. They've exempted themselves from their own FOIA laws, and I'd love to see them subjected to the same laws they subjected us to.
One of the other rules Virginia has, you have to be a Virginia resident to.
But you know, the interesting thing was it worked. For 14 years, I was subject to some of the strictest FOIA requirements in the country, and you know what? It did not disrupt the operations of government. It actually worked. Openness can be inconvenient for some politicians, but it certainly allowed the public and special groups within the public to know what was going on and to make sure we were accountable. And I'd rather take my chances with that ethos than what we're dealing with right now. I assume you would agree that every president should release his or her tax returns in the spirit of this transparency.
Yeah, more transparency, the better.
Okay, absent cooperation voluntarily, do you support statutory requirement for such?
Well, I just heard about the legislation yesterday, and I have a constitutional concern about requiring presidents to release their tax returns, and particularly targeting this president through legislation specifically, which seems to be the excuse for the legislation.
All right.
It's not a broader issue. It's about getting Trump's tax returns, which may have some constitutional infirmities associated with that.
Professor Painter, your view on that subject?
I do not think there's a constitutional problem here. On the other hand, I have urged in my testimony that we ought to require disclosure of the information that's on tax returns with respect to everyone who is high up in the government with respect to national defense. We ought to have information about foreign government money coming in and out of closely held entities owned by the President, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, Secretaries of Army, Navy, Air Force. As a matter of fact, we had some secretaries, I think it was Army and Navy nominees who pulled back because they didn't want to go through the process.
Right.
I have no idea why.
And I respect the constitutional concerns, separation of powers and so forth, but frankly, the public right to know, it seems to me, also has to be weighed here. And if you don't get voluntary compliance, then we have to look at the statutory recourse.
Absolutely right. And you can require it because 278 can simply be amended to require a schedule of the tax returns. And I think you could apply it to people other than the President. If that's going to be the concern he feels singled out, fine, we'll add those other people.
Okay, Professor Painter, because of my time, because I know, Mr. Fitton, you want to comment, but I have very little time left,
That's
unfortunately. Professor Painter, my set of concerns is what could go wrong with that. Absent knowing questions of debt, obligation, relationships, taxes, owed or earned, we look at situations like Trump investments in the Philippines, Trump investments in Turkey, Trump investments all over the world. And one asks oneself, well, what could go wrong with that, not knowing all of the details and not addressing the inherent conflict of interest through no fault of his own? He's a businessman, successful, and he's now president, but you are president. What could go wrong with all that?
We don't know yet. But where would we have been in December of 1941 if President Roosevelt had owned buildings in Frankfurt and Berlin and a $300 million revolving line of credit from Deutsche Bank? We don't know what the next crisis is going to be. But our President is going to face dangerous situations around the world, and he needs to be loyal only to the United States. We have had a foreign government that has conducted espionage in the United States and has interfered in our elections. And now we have a President who will not disclose his dealings with foreign governments, with foreigners, and with others. We need those tax returns. We need them now. You can pass the bill. You can subpoena the information from the Trump Business Organization. We need that information now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here with us today and for their testimony. I'd like to ask unanimous consent that members may have 5 legislative days to submit questions for the record.
Well, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Reserving my right to object, but I will not object. I forgot to enter into the record. May I ask unanimous consent while you're on it to enter into the record statements of support for the Presidential Tax Transparency Act from a number of groups, including Public Citizen, Every Voice, Democracy 21, Center for American Progress, and Americans for Tax Fairness.
Without objection, there may be part.
I thank the Chair, and I withdraw my objection.
All right, so I will go. Let's just do it again, just to make sure. Unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to submit questions for the record. All right, without objection, that's so ordered. If there's no further business, without objection, the committee will stand adjourned.